welcome you to Game Day Houston, our on-site desk show dedicated to highlighting the game of the week, the matchup of the week, and then, of course, giving you the game of the week. Alongside me is Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith. Coming up here in just a few minutes from now, we will have our interview with head coach Joey Cheatham of the new Caney Eagles, and then right after that, head coach Jeff Raymer of the Conroe Tigers as we get you ready for this District 13 6A matchup. Coach Joey Cheatham, the head coach for the new Caney Eagles, and then right after that, Jeff Raymer of the Conroe Tigers. All that coming up and more as part of Game Day Houston right here on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Gameday Houston as we get you ready for our Game of the Week matchup featuring the new Caney Eagles and the Conroe Tigers. We're now sitting here with the head coach of the new Caney Eagles and Mr. Joey Cheatham. Coach, just kind of talk to me about how you got here tonight and the week leading up to it. Talk about your earlier matchup against Conroe in the week. Just kind of recap that one for us.
Well, I think we're playing better baseball than we were this time last year. Coming into this game, we were 4-6, 4-7 last year, losing the first tournament to weather. So we got a little more dirt in our spikes, and got some experience and some leadership back with my older guys. So record's much improved, better baseball, smarter baseball. We learned from our mistakes. I think on the Tuesday game we ran into a couple things that just didn't go our way. Executing some things where Conroe was in a bind on the base pass. We threw a guy out at the plate, but we left some other big things up in the air where had a runner back, picked it third, threw it away, and then that run ended up scoring. So just kind of little playing catch, just playing our brand of baseball, putting together good at bats, challenging pitchers, hitting hard, hitting mistakes. We just left some opportunities on the board Tuesday night, and we're looking to clean it up. I think our mindset and our culture's pretty resilient. We got a dugout full of gritty guys that are ready to get back after it. They were ready to play yesterday. So learning from our mistakes and just growing as a program.
Now, talk to me about some of the positives that you've seen from this season, whether it be from some of the veteran guys or maybe some of the newer players that maybe have outperformed your expectations around. Just kind of talk about some of those positive surprises you've seen this season.
Well, I didn't anticipate the younger group of kids helping us as much as they have. I have 3 freshmen on the varsity right now, and they're role players, and they're playing. They're helping us. Our leadoff hitter's pretty good, and Lopez, and when he goes, we go, and he's really a special kid. He's our vocal leader, which you don't see a lot, especially in a 15-year-old kid. But other than that, man, some of the other surprises are people understanding that they're a part of something. They're a small part of something big, not a big part of something small, and just playing team baseball. And our guys last year, we got better every week, and I think that we started to become the team that we aspired to be. It just took us time. This field wasn't built until and we didn't have access to it until October, November. So to install a new offense and defense and terminology, we started off the year practicing in the cafeteria,
right?
And then we lost our first tournament due to the weird weather, and so it just takes time to build something. And all these guys, their buy-in is phenomenal. They'll run through a brick wall if I ask them to, and I think they do that because it's easier to win and it's easier to lose when you like the guys in the dugout with you, and that's what we have right now.
Ty?
Coach, you mentioned having guys run through a brick wall for you. You have people that are bought in. Like, these young men are really bought into the message you're trying to implement here at your program. What can you say you are looking to iron out as far as the details from Tuesday's loss? What are you looking to iron out for today?
Well, we hit and walked a lot of guys. Not that we pitched well. I think we tried to pitch them tougher than we had to. I think that the biggest thing is because I have so much disparity in freshmen playing with seniors and juniors mixing in, it takes time to build trust and allow everybody to play their role. And so, in talking to Caden Pate, one of our seniors, I was trying to make this pitch perfect, and it ended up at the backstop, and everybody would move. So as far as the ironing out process, is just everybody continuing to trust the guys on the field with them, and that camaraderie takes time. And that's what is really gets great about this game is when I took over at New Caney, this baseball program, these kids, they sat in different spots all over the cafeteria, and they were the culture. I know that's a trigger word nowadays, but I think the culture is really kind of pulling these kids together, and they all eat lunch together now, and when they're not here at the baseball field together, they're at somebody's house together, and nobody's excluded. And I just think that the team atmosphere is great, and it's only going to get better the more games we get under our belt.
Yeah, that definitely makes it easier when you're, looking out for your brother and your friend.
For sure.
That makes it a lot easier.
For sure. They celebrate each other's success,
Love to see it.
and so that's what you want. You don't want other kids preying on your downfall, because then I get an opportunity to play. It's all about the team, and we believe that in that dugout over there. So.
And speaking of that, you have a lot of success because you have several young men going on to the next level to play college ball. What does that mean for you as a coach to know that, the message that you're helping instill into these kids has helped carry them and pushing them to want to play college baseball?
Well, and I think it starts with just giving them an opportunity. You look at these facilities and you look at allowing kids to be up here and to be around and to chase their dreams. That's what it's all about. I'm chasing my dream. I've always wanted to coach and build a program that my sons are proud of, and so it's my job to get out of their way and let them do the same thing and help them where I can. Caden's committed. Case and Lipsy, our center fielder, is going to go to Angelina. Tyler Rodriguez is going somewhere. And so I think it's really big. And I think one thing that we got right here is past, present, and future new Caney Eagles are always welcome. And so there's an alumni in my dugout right now that you make people appreciate where they're from and want to come back, and their obligation and what I ask is that you help the next kid. And so I got freshmen talking to a kid named Jaron who pitches in the Angels affiliation. He's in our dugout all the time and helping our pitchers and taking our guys to the bullpen, and so I just think that that's what this game's about, is making other people better around you, and that's what's really sparked this culture to be what it can be, is everybody's trying to make everybody else better.
Absolutely.
Coach, we appreciate your time stopping by the desk and chatting baseball for a few minutes with us.
Yeah, I loved it, man. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. Coming up next, we'll talk to Conroe head coach Jeff Raymer, and then we'll continue to spotlight both of these programs and get you ready for tonight's matchup. It's the game of the week here on Gameday Houston, here on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Gameday Houston as we get ready to spotlight more of this matchup here tonight for our game of the week featuring the new Caney Eagles and the Conroe Tigers. We just talked to Coach Cheatham. Now let's talk to Coach Jeff Raymer of the Conroe Tigers. How are you doing, Coach?
I'm doing great. Thank you all for being here.
Absolutely. So first, let's recap the Tuesday outing. You flipped the venues because of the weather from yesterday. So
Right.
you was supposed to be home tonight. You had home Tuesday. But talk about, with that change, kind of how y'all adjusted things and how y'all were able to come out with the win on such short notice with that venue
I mean,
change.
we're fortunate this year. We have a lot of guys that are returning to the varsity level, and so they don't get spooked by a lot of things. We experienced a lot of different events last year that they were able to weather, and you know, when you get to this time of year in Texas, weather is going to be a factor, and with us not having a turf field, oftentimes you have to be flexible, and we were appreciative to New Caney and Coach Cheatham for allowing us to flip the site so that we can make sure we got both of them in. We stacked a lot of games in the spring break, and we didn't want to push that back. And so, we got the game in, and we played fairly well. We know New Caney is a tough squad. They play really hard. Coach Cheatham does a great job over there. But we were able to, we didn't pitch it at the beginning of the game, but made an adjustment, brought Tyler Wilson in, and he kind of calmed the game down a lot and allowed our offense to work.
Now, really looking at the season so far, now that you've had your tournament season, now that you've had a few district games under your belt, kind of what's been kind of some pleasant things that you've seen, whether from players or just the team in general? What's been kind of the upside of everything that you've seen, whether surprising or not, from your fellas this season?
Right. I mean, like I said earlier, we have a lot of guys that are returning, and so surprises aren't a lot, but we did have a couple. We have a couple of sophomores that have ended up playing a lot for us. And going into the season, that wasn't a for sure thing. You never know how guys are going to handle the jump from JV to varsity in this district, but both of them have handled it really well. And one of them will be playing shortstop for us tonight, and the other will be DHing, and they kind of forced that issue. They played their way into those roles, and so that's always a good thing to happen.
Coach, you also spoke about last season and the success you guys had. Do you believe that has now set a goal for this year's group to look forward to, about something to look going on into the postseason?
Right. What it allowed us to know is what's possible.
Yeah.
We had to walk a fine line of allowing this team to build momentum off of last year without relying on last year.
Yeah.
All of that success was the past team. This is a brand new team, and so we have to make sure that we understand everything we do this year has to be earned. That, what we did last year was great, but that's in the past. But what it does allow us to do with this team is to understand what's possible. We go out and we lose the first game to College Park in a tough one, because it's always tough versus College Park. And I just reminded them we did the same thing last year.
Yeah.
And that kind of gives them a little bit of a focus of, okay, we're okay right now. And I think that's the biggest issue for us, is kind of lets us know that we're going to be fine no matter what the outcome is.
And also, I did notice that you have a couple of guys that are talented both in this sport as well as other sports. You have a couple guys that are dual sport athletes.
Right.
And then you have a young man that's really good at fishing.
Yes.
To my understanding.
Of all things, right?
Right. And I was just curious, like, as far as these other skills and attributes that these young men have, how does it all tie together as far as making a complete baseball player?
Right. So one of our core values is attitude. And our definition of attitude is belief that no matter what we play, baseball or checkers, I'm going to beat you. And what I tell them is that's a core value for life, because sometimes life hits you, right? And you have to have the ability that I'm going to go win at what I'm doing no matter what it is. And whether that's fishing, whether that's football, whether that's basketball, track, we had the same attitude, and that's whenever they say play ball, we're going to go out and beat you.
Yeah.
And finally, Coach, looking at tonight's matchup, obviously you got the win at home on Tuesday. What's going to be the key to continuing that momentum, getting the win tonight in a crucial game? As you know, this district is a hodgepodge, especially in about a month from now, where this could be a game that decides a 3 or 4 seed, or missing the playoffs completely altogether.
Right. I mean, that's what we preach. We often hear the national pundits talk about the SEC, that every weekend matters, every game matters, and that's the district that we play in. And this game is important because it's the next game. One of the things that helps us is we'll have Owen on the mound tonight, and Owen is a competitor, and he doesn't get scared off by a lot of things. It doesn't mean he's necessarily going to go out and win, but he's not going to be afraid of what's happening. And he kind of keeps the game calm for us. The thing that works against us a little bit is when Owen's on the mound, he's not at shortstop because he does the same thing when he's at shortstop.
Right.
Is he keeps everything calm for us. But whenever he's on the bump, we always feel like we have a chance. We just got to make the plays behind him. We know these guys are a proud program. We know Coach Cheatham is doing a lot of work to turn this program around, and we know that we're going to get their best game. The key for us, as is no matter who we're playing, is we got to focus on us. If we play our game, we're typically fine. And our game is throwing strikes and fielding the baseball. If we throw strikes and field the baseball, I feel like we can compete against anybody in the state. We get in trouble when we allow free base runners.
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Coach, we appreciate your time stopping by the desk and chatting with us for a couple minutes before game day.
Appreciate y'all being here. Thanks a lot for what y'all do for high school baseball.
Appreciate your time, Coach. Thank you.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break more of this matchup down as well. Take a look at the rest of District 13-6A. After all the final scores of today, it's Gameday Houston right here on Houston Sports Live. We welcome you back to Gameday Houston as we get you set and ready for our game of the week here on Houston Sports Live, featuring the new Caney Eagles and the Conroe Tigers. Alongside me is Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith. Let's take a look at some of the final scores from today's matchups in District 13-6A, the district that both Conroe and New Caney play in. You had Oak Ridge handily taking care of College Park, 10-0 in that ball game. Grand Oaks getting the win against Cleveland at home, 6-0. Then the Highlanders beating the Wildcats in what was a thrilling 12-inning ball game out in Willis, a 5-1 final there to secure things in District 13-6A for the win there to get the advantage and to slide themselves up a little bit more. We take a look at the district standings with the wins and losses today. Oak Ridge still undefeated at 4-0. They're at the top of the district. Grand Oaks and the Highlanders now tied at second at 3-1. Willis slides down to 2-2. Conroe could join the Grizzlies and the Highlanders of the win today. They would be in a three-way tie for second place. A loss would put them in a tie for fourth place with Willis. You also got College Park, who's now 1-3. They stay put as the only other team in the district to have a win in district play so far. New Caney only having had one district game. That was Tuesday's loss against Conroe. Then Caney Creek sitting at 0-2, and now Cleveland 0-4 at the bottom of the district. And we take a look, obviously still very early in district play, now being the first full real week of district-only action. Of course, they had to start a little bit earlier because of it being a 9-team district, which is one of the higher numbers, obviously, around the state. That'll get changed to 8. We'll talk about that a little bit more as the program continues. But looking at how things have shaken up so far, it looks business as usual for one of the toughest districts in the state of Texas.
Absolutely. Right now, it seems like it has to go through Oak Ridge, right? They are at the top of the district, 4-0. Great start for them in this competitive atmosphere. But I do think that this matchup this evening will determine who can really give them a run for their money. I think that both of these teams are really geared up and ready to make a strong push towards playoffs. And I think that we're going to get some good action amongst the top 4 seeds altogether, all throughout District 13-6A.
And you take a look kind of at how things, at how they really shake up. Obviously, like we were talking with Coach Raymer, this is a matchup that over the last few years could potentially be a tiebreaker between anywhere from second place to sixth place and missing the playoffs completely. So when he said that every game matters, like you hear in the SEC, it's for a certain reason. There's a lot of times, and you and I were talking about this before our broadcast started, that there are a lot of times where districts, even last year, district was decided by a half game for that final playoff spot. Yeah. There are times where there's multiple playoff games happening just to decide, multiple coin tosses to figure out those last 2 seeds even and who's going to get into the playoffs. So this is I said hodgepodge of a district. Really, it's a gritty fight when it comes to deciding those top 4 teams that make the district. Usually the one who wins it is either the outright winner or it comes down to the last strike of the season to decide that district champion. It's really a dogfight in 13-6A.
Definitely is, and I'm looking forward to it. I think that this will be another great finish as we continue our way through the season, that we're going to look forward to seeing a lot of competitive baseball played between a lot of these schools. And right now, especially with these young men being on spring break, they have a chance to really just focus on baseball for these next couple of days. But I think that we're going to get some very competitive, very high-level baseball being played here.
And of course, you look at Tuesday's matchup between these two sides. Like we mentioned, it was the first district game for New Caney on the season. Of course, that win, like we said, helping Conroe, getting them back to above 500. That being a like we mentioned, it was the weird change of venue.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't a day before decision. That was on game day. That was mere hours away from first pitch. And they said, hey, we need a flip because of the weather that came in last night and throughout the day yesterday. Of course, that means that 5-2 win for Conroe at home against New Caney. This is supposed to be a game at Conroe High School right now, way up I-45. you know, that the last minute change, and we talked with Coach Raymer about that change and the ability to adapt on the fly with that. Obviously, that means they didn't have to have the bus ride. New Caney had the bus ride today. Really doesn't matter because each team had to have the bus ride at some point.
Exactly.
Point being, though, being able to get that advantage and take that advantage with being able to flip and get that big win at home is crucial because not only is it, oh, you have the win over the opponent, but it's also a confidence builder, right? And you mentioned when you talked with Coach Raymer about how they're trying to re-meet and surpass where they got to last year for the first time since the mid to late 90s. I believe 97 was the year that they last got past the first round before last year's magical run all the way to Austin. So really it's that game seems so minute in retrospect, but in the whole scheme of everything, that's a game that you look at a month and a half, 2 months later from now, that could have been the game that gets you into May baseball.
Oh, there are certain games throughout the season in any sport, and those are defining moments that help contribute to where you are, not just in playoff seeding, but even mentally as a player.
Right.
And when you look back at those moments, you'd be like, that was a character-defining, character-building moment right there. And I do think that anytime that you're able to go up against one of the better teams in a very competitive district and you're able to walk away with a victory, you got to feel good about yourself. You want to take the wins whenever you can get them, right? However, whenever you can show up and play your best baseball, play the best version or the best style of play that you have and stick to your game plan and then you know, execute, it's like it's almost overjoy, you know, especially from a coaching perspective where you just want to really congratulate your guys and you want to build off of that. And like you said, this is truly something to behold where these teams in this 6A, they are all just, it's a dogfight, you know, really a gauntlet. And I think that this is going to be, you know, truly something special that we're going to see here tonight amongst these two teams even.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at a spotlight for each of the teams. We'll get you breakdown and ready for this matchup, keys to the ball game, and then we'll send you out first to the field where we get you ready with starting lineups and more of tonight's contest. It's Gameday Houston live from Adam Dunn Field here in New Caney for our matchup between the New Caney Eagles and the Conroe Tigers. We'll come back after this on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Game Day Houston as we continue to spotlight our game of the week featuring the new Caney Eagles and the Conroe Tigers out of District 13 6A. Alongside me is Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith. Now we get to our team spotlight segment of the show where we do a quick little breakdown of some interesting storylines, tad bits, and everything else that you could think of with both of these programs. So Ty, let's dive a little bit deeper into this Conroe Tiger program. Obviously, we talked about it, the magical run last year, getting to that third round of the playoffs last year, really making what was for them a historic run of the ages.
And, I mean, when you talk about it, so many people returned from that same roster. So these guys have experience. They're coming back eager and thirsty to get back to where they were and even surpass that spot last time. The Conroe Tigers are now looking at, what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 all-district players. Like, they are very talented. Several of them are going on to play college ball next season. I think that they have a really strong opportunity here to make another real good push towards state playoffs this year. This is where it begins, though. Tonight is a very big starting point for them. You have to go ahead and take care of district first and then graduate onto the next phase. But right now, I think they're in a good position to go on to the next level and see what they can do from there.
Absolutely. And you take a look at this Conroe squad. This is a squad who, year after year is usually kind of huddled around that middle part of the district. They're kind of trying to claw and fight their way into that 3 or even 4 seed sometimes. And last year it was the same thing. They kind of snuck their way in on the back end because the top is loaded. Oak Ridge and the Woodlands are sitting right there 1 and 2. And then Conroe's sneaking in right behind, and Willis making noise. Grand Oaks having missed the playoffs for the first time in their program history last year. They were usually a perennial, whether it was winning the district title or holding one of those top 3 seeds.
You thought they were a lock.
Exactly. So it was kind of one of those where you look at it, they were able to sneak in right on the back end. And like you mentioned, so many returning players, so many returning starters. It really creates an advantage for them because they have that playoff experience, because they're not having to teach people, hey, this is what it looks like, because you went and did it last spring. You went and did it last spring. You went and traveled to the outskirts of Austin, Texas, and played against very, very powerful programs in your playoff run. So it's really a benefit for them because now they can come into this season and go, we know how we have to get there.
Yeah.
We're not kind of going on wishful thinking or hopeful dreaming.
No.
It's we know how to get there. We know how to get it done. So let's go get it done.
These guys have proven it to themselves and proven it to others that they are capable. So now you just have to capitalize off that momentum. I think that some of the bigger pieces that we can look forward to, especially moving forward, is the leadership out of several key players. I think Jaden Keith will be a huge factor for these guys moving forward, along with one of my fellow namesakes, Tyler Wilson. I think that he will be on the mound this evening. He was on the mound last evening.
Right, he was on the mound Tuesday.
And he had 4 strikeouts. He had a pretty solid game. He held them to 1 run. Like, you look for that type of leadership through play from your senior leaders. And I think that that's what these guys have in their locker room and in the dugout, is that when you know that you can rely on people that have done it before, these are guys that you are sitting at lunch with every day, hanging out with outside of class. You have that trust built up because there's that sense of camaraderie, and you want to play hard and do your best because your friends and your brothers are doing their best. So I think we have a lot to look forward to from this Conroe Tigers program.
Now let's switch gears and let's take a look at New Caney. Obviously, new facility as of last year. During the season, though, they were still getting things finalized, like their locker room and their new facilities, for example. Now this is the first year where they've got everything complete, everything done. Beautiful facility, might I add, here at Adam Dunn Field. And, of course, the adjacent softball complex right to our right over here. And then the locker rooms, the weight room, the new concession stands, everything that they got behind us. Just let's dive into the identity of this new Caney program a bit.
And when we spoke to Coach Joey earlier, he mentioned culture. And I think that culture is a huge thing here. Like, of course, you have all the nice facilities and all, like, if you can see the field, oh my goodness,
Right.
the grass is cut. It's fine. That is amazing. But when you establish a culture and identity, that's what matters the most. And I think that those young men over there at New Caney have a really strong sense of, like, this is what unity is for them. Like you said, Conroe has been sitting around that 3-4 seed typically, and then they somehow made a magical run last season. I think that now New Caney can find themselves in a similar situation where if they can compete with the top teams in this district, somehow maneuver their way into that top 4 area, then they can surprise some people. They really could. And I think that they are young, but that also shows that once you have that experience and you can come back one more year and you have that experience under your belt of, like, oh, we can do this, and now you're that much more confident going into the season. I think that New Caney has a really strong case to push towards the playoffs come this summer.
Absolutely. And you take a look at it, this is a program who has missed the playoffs, I believe, each of the last few years now. And this is a program who is fixing to drop back down to 5A.
Yeah.
Starting this next academic year, obviously with the realignment and the new West Fork High School out here in New Caney ISD. They're going to drop down, join up with them in Kingwood Park and a few other schools as well, and Porter. So it's really going to become more of an even playing field, if you will, for them when it comes to enrollment size and potential playoff matchups in starting next year. But that's also next year, right? You can't look too far ahead to next year. Obviously, you got to take care of business this year. And if you can prove it against these big dogs, like you were saying, if you can, handle the best of the best in this district and you can really make claim in the rest of it, you can put yourselves in a nice spot to make a good playoff run, get where you want to go. So that way when next year comes, you're one of those, hey, we're the head dog of 5A all of a sudden.
Yeah. It definitely puts you in a position of feeling more confident. Like you said, from a player perspective, if you know you can compete with your older brother and you play with your older brother and his friends, and then when it comes time for you to actually be of age and it's your time to step on the mound and do what you have to do, you're like, wow, like, this doesn't feel as challenging as I thought it might have.
Right.
Because you've played with people who have more experience, who are stronger. And now, look at you. You are the stronger one. You are the one that's more experienced. I think this will be a great stepping stone moving forward for this program.
Take a quick break. When we come back, we will have our keys to the game, final storylines as we inch closer and closer and closer to first pitch. Just about 22 minutes from now. And then, of course, we will send you first to the field where we get you ready with starting lineups and more for our game of the week here on Gameday Houston, here on Houston Sports Live. We welcome you back to Game Day Houston as we continue to get you ready for tonight's matchup as our Game of the Week coverage featuring the new Caney Eagles and the Conroe Tigers. Alongside me is Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith. Ty, kind of final main storylines for each side before we dive into our keys of the ball game here tonight.
Storyline here, I would say, is the establishing of the culture that Coach Cheatham has spoke of. Let's see how that shows and displays in this matchup here this evening. And then with Conroe, let's see how they can continue to ride the momentum. Like I said, they're going against an Eagles team that is playing very well to start the season off. So let's see how Conroe goes up and tries to combat that.
Absolutely, and you take a look at this matchup. Obviously, a must-win game for New Caney in order to, one, split the series, but have that in their back pocket in case they need it to back end their way into the postseason.
Yeah, and like we said, we had mentioned earlier how New Caney has a chance to maybe sneak in and do some things maybe as a 3 or 4 seed. This is what you need. You need to get this win. You know, to think that you're in a must-win situation and we're only midway through the season, you know, is crazy to say, but it is true. And right now, Conroe is just trying to prove that they are the top or one of the top dogs here in this division. So, I mean, this game matters for both parties, and I think that we're going to get a very good matchup today. And you see that both teams are starting to get really amped up for this evening's game.
Yeah, they got a little mosh pit going over on the Conroe Tigers side down the first baseline. So let's start with Conroe. The key to a Tiger win is blank.
I think it starts on the mound. I think you have to get some solid innings starting off from your starting pitcher. And you need to go ahead and establish a rhythm and control the pace of the game. And I think it starts right there with the pitching. If you can get a solid start of about, I'd say the first 3 to 4 innings, I think you're going to put yourself in a really good situation to close out that game.
And then for the other side for New Caney, Eagles win this game if blank.
Swing for the fences, man. You know what? Very cliche saying, but I'm sure if they can put bat to ball and get that ball into playable areas and where they can't make plays in the outfield, I think we're looking at a chance for the Eagles to really put themselves in a position where they are now seen as a threat among some of the top teams in this division.
Something to keep an eye on, and you'll get to see it here on the broadcast, which will start in just a few moments' time, but something that we'll keep an eye on as well is the wind will kind of change direction here whenever, especially after the sun sets. Right now it's a little bit calmer. Usually it's been blown out towards right field, but as we were told by Coach Cheatham earlier, as that sun sets, then it starts to come in from the north side and it starts blowing in towards home plate. And that's going to cause a lot of balls to kind of die in the air. So that's going to be something really to watch for, as well as how many low line drives, how many grounders down the line, how many grounders through the middle infielders can you see? Because if you start hitting pop-ups, you start hitting big flies, they're probably not going to reach the fence. Plus, you've already got a deep enough outfield as it is, one of the deeper center fields in the district at 380, the 315s down the foul lines, which is about standard operating procedure for about half the district. But really getting balls to that center field batter's eye at about 380 is going to be a tough task with this wind that is blowing in.
You know, it's going to hold a lot of balls back, but I think we got some real talent out here. I think that they're going to find a way to make the field stretch, and they're going to make some plays out there, sure, but it's also going to be some runs at the end. I'm not questioning that whatsoever.
Well, that'll do it for our Game Day Houston coverage. Coming up next, we will send you first to the field, where we get you to the sights and sounds here at Adam Dunn Field for the matchup between the new Caney Eagles and the Conroe Tigers. Our Game of the Week coverage on Houston Sports Live comes up right after this. We welcome you back to Gameday Houston as we get you ready for First to the Field, where we send you out for the sights and sounds of our Game of the Week matchup here at Adam Dunn Field. Let's send you out to the action with our broadcasters, yours truly, and Ty Turner. We welcome you to tonight's broadcast of District 13 6A Baseball here on Houston Sports Live. Tonight, it is a series finale between the new Caney Eagles and the Conroe Tigers. Alongside me is Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith. And Ty, we take a look at this matchup. We've been breaking it down in our pregame conversation for our Gameday Houston show. And this is a game that has a lot of district seeding implications. Obviously, it's still mid-March. We're not deciding any playoff spots for another month and a half from now. But this is still a big game that could come back to benefit both of these programs when it comes to getting into the postseason.
This is definitely a statement game. Like you said, still early on in the season. However, it just matters that much for both for both teams that they establish who the top dog really is.
Both teams, both coaches, I should say, meeting with the home plate umpires. So we will take a quick break. When we come back, starting lineups and first pitch from our Game of the Week here on Houston Sports Live here in New Caney, Texas at Adam Dunn Field. It's the Eagles, it's the Tigers, it's next on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Houston Sports Live as we get you ready with starting lineups for tonight's matchup. First for the Conroe Tigers as they are the visiting team. At the plate, Jaden Keith in the leadoff spot, followed by Jackson Reagan in the 2-hole and Tanner Trantham in the 3 spot. Hitting cleanup, Landon Norwood, followed by the starting pitcher for tonight and Owen Raymer in the 5-hole. Tyler Turner in the 6th spot, followed by Landon Bruns in the 7-hole. Alex Villasana in the 8-hole and Jake Matthew in the 9th spot. Like we mentioned, starting pitcher is Owen Raymer. And the starting center fielder who's not batting tonight is Jackson Taylor. On the other side for New Caney, Peyton Lopez in the leadoff spot. He's at shortstop. Kason Lipsy, the center fielder. He's in the 2 spot, followed by Josiah Lisenby. In the 3 spot of the lineup, he's at first base. Tyler Rodriguez at third base. He's in the cleanup spot, followed by Christian Van Ostrand. In the 5-hole, he's behind the dish at catcher. Ryan Canning in left field. He's 6th in the order, followed by Yenzil Cabazzulo. At second base, he's in the 7th spot of the order. Jose Flores as the DH and Caden Pate as the right fielder in the 9-hole of the lineup. Connor Curry, the starting pitcher for the New Caney Eagles. It's time for some baseball. When we come back, first pitch here from New Caney for our Game of the Week coverage on Houston Sports Live.
Highlander Nation, are you ready for your next dental appointment? Kacher Dentistry covers all the bases. We're located in the Woodlands, Texas, and proud supporters of Highlanders baseball. Kacher Dentistry is a dual specialist dental office dedicated to compassionate, high-quality care. Their practice is unique because they have 2 separate sides of the office, one for pediatric and one for adult dentistry, so the entire family can be seen in one visit. Give us a call at 281-292-1605. Again, that's 281-292-1605. Or visit www.kacherdentistry.com to schedule your next appointment. And be sure to mention Highlanders baseball. Kacher Dentistry, a home run for the whole family.
Is providing excellent service on the field.
Tonight's broadcast on Houston Sports Live is brought to you in stunning 2K Quad HD with an enhanced 4K Ultra HD presentation. Closed captioning is also available for the hearing impaired as we get ready for action here on the ball field at Adam Dunn Field. We welcome you into the broadcast with alongside me, Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith as we are moments away from first pitch here for our Game of the Week here on Houston Sports Live. A very important district matchup, as we've said time and time again. New Caney comes into this game 11-3-1 on the season overall, 0-1 in district play. Conroe 7-1 overall, 2-1 in district play. We mentioned it already, a win would give New Caney not only their first win in district play, but would slightly move them up one spot in District 13 6A. A win for Conroe would put them in a three-way tie for second place at a 3-1 district record, a game behind the district leader in the Oak Ridge War Eagles. Now, when I say a three-way tie for second, it's not an exaggeration. That is actual fact, and that is something that we have seen heading into the last week of the regular season as well with this district, with all the way down to 7th place being a game and a half out. So it's quite the discrepancy that you could see at any point, and probably will keep having for the rest of the season, but it'll be fun to watch as the year goes on. At the plate, Jaden Keith to lead things off. First pitch swung on and fouled out of play. And that is how we get things underway. 7:02, first pitch. .64 degrees, clear skies, 3-mile-an-hour winds. Not much happening right now, but definitely looking for the wind to change direction quite a bit as the night progresses. 1-1 count currently. Wind and deal outside from the starter in Curry on the bump. Gets the right-handed hitter in Keith. 2-1 count currently. On the left side of the rubber, this one fouled away out of play, first base side. Evens it up at 2 apiece.
It seems as if he's getting to the swing just a little bit too late. If he gets to it a slight bit earlier, I think he's going to make some good connection on this ball.
Ready's now the 2-2. High and inside, ball 3. Foul tip into the catcher's mitt for the first out of the ball game.
Stepping up to the plate, number 23, the catcher, Reagan.
So while Jackson Reagan comes to the plate, let's give you the defensive order for the new Caney Eagles. Canning out in left, Lipsy in center, Pate in right. Rodriguez at third as we go around the diamond. Lopez at short. Cabazzato out at second. Lisenby at first, Van Ostrand behind the dish, and Curry on the bump with a 1-0 count to start. I'm also missing the zone, 2-0. Jackson Reagan at the dish currently. As that will find the zone, 2-1. Misses the zone. Ball 3. Behind in this count early is Curry. 3-1. In there for a strike on that bottom half of the zone. Full count approach coming up. Swung on, lifted into left field, will fall for a base hit down the line. Rounding first aggressively, will put the brakes on. Will Jackson Reagan, and that's the first base hit of the ball game for the Conroe Tigers.
Good slap shot right there by Reagan. Right down the third base line.
So runner on first, and Tanner Trantham will step in. Chop foul, just barely. 0-1 count to start.
Tanner was a recipient of all-district first team last season, and he's committed to play at Glenn College coming up next school year.
On the stretch, the outside corner for a strike. 0-2. Throw down a first, not in time after that one missed outside the zone for a ball. That one swung on, lifted in the left on a line, and will fall in front of the left fielder for a base hit. Back-to-back singles for the Tigers, and the offense getting started early.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 18, designated hitter, Norwood.
Still only one out in the inning. Now runner in scoring position.
Lyndon Norwood up to bat. Let's see if he can bring one of these guys home.
From the left side of the rubber, working on the right-handed DH. Now steps off. Wanting to rethink his strategy here.
Got to make him think. Tease the idea.
That one swung on and lifted, will fall into left field once again. Rounding third, heading home is Reagan with ease. And that will be an RBI double. The early scoring from Landon Norwood, bringing in Jackson Reagan. And it's 1-0 in the top of the first.
Number 2, the pitcher, Raymer.
And if you notice, Jordan, all 3 hits left field. I think they're making a great job of initiating where the open area on the field is and targeting that spot.
Those of you joining us on the broadcast, welcome in to our Game of the Week feature here in New Caney, Texas. Let us know where you're watching the broadcast from tonight. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. That one low and in the turf for a ball, 1-0. At the plate, Owen Raymer, pitcher-on-pitcher duel. This one swung on, popped up over the screen and over the stands, heading towards the concession stands to get itself its own plate of nachos. Which honestly do not sound like a bad idea right about now.
Extra cheese on mine.
See, mine's just extra. Put everything on there. 1-1 count currently. Runners at second and third. And now an immediate dead sprint by Lisenby. Anticipating the sacrifice bunt to get the run in from third. But fouled away. 1-2.
I think Owen wants to stretch his arms a little bit, see if he can really crank that thing out to outfield.
Wind's kind of still at the moment, so it'd be a perfect opportunity to do so, as that one will be off the end of the barrel and top spin its way foul on the first base side. Stays 1-2. Again, still only one out in the inning. 3 hits already by the Tigers, 2 singles and a double. On deck, Tyler Turner. Due up after him, Landon Bruns. This one chopped up the gut and mishandled by the shortstop in Lopez as that trickles into center field. And a run will come home. More than likely, that would be a fielding error in that situation. And they do officially rule it as a fielding error on the shortstop in Lopez. So an E6 on your scorecards at home.
Plays like that always hurt. You expect to make the easy play, but the ball just takes a tough bounce, gets out of your reach, and ends up resulting in a run for the other team. But you still have to bounce back. You still have to recover. Let's see what New Caney is made of mentally for them to get back in position.
So a 2-0 score line now. Conroe leading early in this ball game. As that one is swung on, fouled away. 0-1 is the count here. At the plate, Tyler Turner. First time up tonight. With 2 on and 1 out. Still in the top of the first. Very important part of the ball game already now, because if you're New Caney, you've already given up a crooked number. And so now you're having to sit there and go, okay, how do we just get out of the inning, limit the damage? But right now, it seems like Conroe has had a pretty good solution so far. Time called by Curry.
Conroe is swinging the bat very well to start this game. But like I said, this is a test of resiliency right now for this New Caney Eagles team. Let's see what they can do in order to bounce back from this early hurdle.
That one missing low for a ball, 1-0, or 1-1. Very much taking his time as Curry now deals. That one misses high. 2-1 the count. Don't forget, y'all, a poll in the chat for you to vote on who you think will be the winner of tonight's matchup, either the Conroe Tigers or New Caney Eagles. Vote, let us know. Outside for a ball, throw it on the third. Almost airmailed in the left field. Saw him do that in warm-ups too.
Yeah.
Before first pitch, where he almost airmailed a third baseman again.
And that's the last thing you need at a time like this.
A 3-1. In there for a strike on that outside corner. And Turner thought that one had missed the zone, but instead it's full. Pick off him, they caught him in between the bases. A run down for Raymer. And now they'll go home to prevent the run, but they can't do so. It was not a bad idea by the first baseman in Lisenby, or at that point, Cabanzado, who would have come over from second. But the point is, it's not a bad idea either to try to prevent the run from home, because you're already down 2 and now you're down 3.
You know, I think they got so fixated on getting the runner out at first, which should have been an easy out. But they ended up playing around with their food and ended up costing them. Now they find themselves in a 3-0 hole to start.
This one, dribbler to second in time at first. And that takes care of out number 2.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 12. First
Runner
baseman,
advances in
Burns.
Raymer over to third base on the ground out. 4-3 on your scorecards at home. Landon Bruns to the dish. 1 on, 2 out. And a 3-0 lead here in the top of the first for Conroe. That one missing just below the knees for a ball, 1-0. Swing and a miss, went for the meatball up high. And got him to fish at it, 1-1.
Even early on, you can see the difference in energy levels between the two teams. Conroe has been up cheering, chanting consistently since the opening pitch, whereas New Caney has been a little more on the reserve side.
Chopper stays fair down the third base line. Throw to first on a laser, Rodriguez to Lisenby. and in plenty of time for out number 3, but not before 3 runs come home for the Conroe Tigers. We head to the bottom of the first where New Caney gets their first time at the dish. It's 3-0. We come back on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Houston Sports Live, bottom of the first as we see New Caney with their first opportunity at the plate after Conroe put 3 up in the top half of the first inning. Alongside me is Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith. As we see Peyton Lopez stride to the plate. First pitch right down Hollywood for a strike. 0-1 is the count. New Caney in their all-white uniforms. Conroe in the road gold with the gray pants. As that one's in there, or outside I should say, for a ball, 1-1. In there for a strike, 1-2.
That was a nice inside pitch there.
Shakes off once, does Raymer. Now winds and deals from the middle of the rubber. Gets him on a nice breaking pitch outside. Got him fishing, but nothing hooked.
Now
1 out.
for the Eagles, number 2, center fielder, Kason Lipsy.
It's always a good feeling we can get them to chase for that pitch.
Now we'll face the lefty and Kason Lipsy. Try to use as much of the plate as possible for the right-handed pitcher, as that one will find the zone for a strike. 0-1 the count. Ready's the 0-1. In there for a strike. Right down the plate. Seems like he's had good location thus far. Just 6 pitches, but it seems like he's located his strikes well. The 0-2. And that one just missing the zone.
Of course, as soon as we mention it, he goes right outside his zone. But he has been finding the zone very well so far.
1-2. Try to get a frame job, but to no avail.
I'm also a fan of Raymer's stance, like the way he goes into his pitching motion. It looks very confident. He looks very balanced. I do like that a lot.
Takes a step back to reset. Now goes with the 2-2. That one into the turf and right above the shoelaces of the left-handed batter. Full count approach coming up. Winds and deals, full count. Swung on, lifted into right. Will stay in play, though, as Trantham races over to his right. And will make the catch on the fly for out number 2.
Now batting for the Eagles, number 21, first baseman, Josiah.
While we have a moment, let's get you the defensive order for the Conroe Tigers. Keith in left, Jackson Taylor, the man who's being DH for in center field, and Trantham in right. Around the diamond we go with Matthew at third, Turner at short, Villasana at second base, Bruns at first, Reagan behind the dish, and Raymer on the bump, now facing off against Josiah Lisenby. Chopper left side, Matthew at third, Lasers the first, coast to coast for out number 3. 5-3 ground out on your scorecards as we see a 1-2-3 defensive bottom of the first. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We head to the break. Top of the second coming up, 3-0. Conroe ahead of New Caney here on Houston Sports Live. Top of the second we go. We see the 8-9-1 hitters due up as Curry returns to the bump after 31 pitches in that first inning of play. Villasana swings and misses at the first pitch for a strike, 0-1 to start. Swing and a miss, back-to-back pitches, back-to-back strikes.
That's how you come out aggressive right there.
Right back up the gut, but caught on a soft liner.
Yaya runs that one down for out
by,
number 1.
as they affectionately nickname him,
Bringing up
Yaya.
Number 11, third baseman,
Gazabedo.
Matthew.
Now bottom of the order, Jake Matthew up to the dish. With one out in this top of the second inning. That one in on the hands and will go foul. And out of play down the third baseline. Using the left side of the rubber is Curry. Trying to get as much plate as possible as the swing and miss. We'll even it up. Richard will make it 0-1. Which should be 0-2. That one swung on and fouled away. Now we're going to the street behind us.
Might have to pick up a souvenir on the way out.
Unfortunately, those aren't good for snow cones anymore. Not like when we were growing up. Snow cones or a thing of bubble gum.
The good days.
Right. 1-2 as that one missed outside. Curry winds and deals. and low and in the turf. 2-2 count. Swung on, popped up, out of play, and will hit the press box next to us. Well, it sounded like it would. Either way, stays at an even 2-2 count. That one misses the zone. Full count approach. Wiggle of the bat. And swung on and lifted in the left. It's going to be plenty to stay in the ballpark, though, as Canning will make the catch, ranging to his right for out number
for the Tigers. Brings
2.
up number 3, left fielder Keith.
Back to the top of the order in Jaden Keith. 0-for-1 with a foul tip caught by the catcher to lead off the ball game. Right now, 2 outs and no one on base with this 3-0 lead.
And you can see to start this inning that Connor Curry has been a lot more confident on the mound. You see that his pitches seem to be a lot more direct, a lot more aggression and speed behind them. I really would like to know what his coach said to him after that first inning.
Missing high for a ball. You know, and sometimes it's one of those things where the nerves get to you so early on in the game that once you mess up, you finally are relaxed. Once you have that mistake, you're finally like, okay, I don't have to worry about doing it again because I already did it. And then you lock in. I saw it at the Grand Oaks game just a couple hours ago. The pitcher for Cleveland threw 36 pitches in the first inning and went a complete game throwing, or almost a complete game throwing 105. So he really nailed it down for the next 6 innings. So that one's in the turf. 2-2 the count. Deuce is wild here in the top of the second. 2-2 count with 2 outs and a 3-0 lead. Swung on. Soft fly ball into center. Ranging over to his left, making the catch is Lipsy. And that takes care of the third out. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on as we head to the bottom of the second. 3-0 the score when we come back on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Houston Sports Live for the bottom of the second inning. We see the 4, 5, 6 hitters due up, starting with Tyler Rodriguez as the first pitch will be outside for a ball, 1-0. Raymer going 11 pitches in the first inning. As the 1-0 swung on, lifted into left center's got some carry on it. But ranging to his right, making the catch is Jackson Taylor, and that is out number 1.
Next up for your Eagles, number 3, the catcher, Christian Van Ostrand.
So Christian Van Ostrand now settling in with 1 out, no one on base. And a 3-0 scoreline, Conroe ahead in the ball game thus far. There's the first pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Swung on, lifted, into center on a line. And ranging in to make the catch is Jackson Taylor once again.
Now batting for the Eagles, number 15, left fielder, Ryan Caney.
So now 2 outs in the inning. And that brings up Ryan Caney to the dish.
As of right now, Jackson Taylor is responsible for both of those outs, making plays.
Showing good range in this inning so far defensively.
Covering shallow middle, deep middle, doesn't matter. He's all over the place.
Lights really starting to become the main accessory as the sun sets to our left here at Adam Dunn Field. 1-0 as that misses outside. Outside, opposite batter's box, 2-0. This will be the first at bat this inning where he's had a third pitch to a batter. The first 2, a ball, fly out. Strike, line out. 2-0 will find its way in the zone. A laser beam for a strike.
And this game isn't out of reach just yet. New Caney just has to find a way to get runners in position to score and then capitalize off that.
2-1 will miss. That late breaking ball kind of runs inside a bit. 3-1. Tried to backdoor his way into a strike, but to no avail. This one swung on. Guess where? Center field. Guess who? Taylor. Guess what? He made the catch. That's out number 3. 1-2-3 courtesy of Jackson Taylor. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We head to the third, 3-0 when we come back on Houston Sports Live. Attention fans and families, this is a quick shout out from Wood and Sanchez Law, your trusted local family laws attorneys right here in Conroe, serving Montgomery and Harris County. We're proud to support our community and these young athletes on the field. Planning ahead for your family's future is one of the smartest plays you can make, especially with trust and wills to protect your legacy and ensure your loved ones are cared for. When life throws curveballs involving complex family matters or estate planning, count on us for compassionate, affordable guidance. With big firm experience and small firm care, Nita Wood and Samuel Sanchez are here to help safeguard what matters most, your family. For a special game night offer, scan the QR code at the concession stand or on our banner right now. Get exclusive discounts like a free consultation or savings on your first family matter. Give us a call at 888-981-7509 or visit woodandsanchez.com. Play ball and play smart with your family's future. Go Tigers! Swing and a foul tip. Makes it a 1-1 count as we return to action here alongside me, Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith. 3-0 currently, top of the third inning. Conroe ahead of New Caney as this one fouls back. It bounces straight into the building. 1-2. The building, of course, to our right being the locker rooms, concession stands, weight room, the part of the whole complex here, brand new facilities opening last season. As that one will find its way into the zone, caught looking for strike number 3.
After the
First punch out of the ball game
that's going to bring up
for Curry,
Trentham.
and it's the first out of the inning. So now Tanner Trantham to the plate, 1 for 1 with a run scored. As that'll find its way in the zone for a strike. This one swung on, lifted high, not deep enough to leave the infield though. As that'll be caught in foul territory by the third baseman in Rodriguez. And that's out number 2.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 18, Norwood.
I would say that Connor's last 10, 15 pitches have been exceptional. Like, he's been doing a great job of making sure everything stays within the diamond. Everything's been playable, and he's doing a great job of managing the game so far. Outside of that first inning, it was a little rough to start, but he's since then recovered extremely well.
First pitch outside in the turf for a ball, 1 at the plate. Landon Norwood, the DH. 1 for 1 with an RBI double and a run scored as part of the 3 in the top of the first. As that fouls away for a strike, 1-1. One missing high and outside for a ball to the right-handed hitter. 2-1 the count. Swung on and kind of golfed and foul first base side. Just past the Conroe dugout. 2-2. Deuce is wild again here in the top of the third. 2-2 count. 2 outs. Still a 3-0 lead though for Conroe in the top of the third inning. Winds and deals. This one, chopper up the middle, slow roller, bouncing off of the pitcher's mound. Throw to first in time, and that will take care
Up, 3 down
of the third out. A 4-3 ground out on your scorecard makes it 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. To the bottom of the third we go. 3-0 when we come back on Houston Sports Live.
Highlander Nation, are you ready for your next dental appointment? Kacher Dentistry covers all the bases. We're located in the Woodlands, Texas, and proud supporters of Highlanders baseball. Kacher Dentistry is a dual specialist dental office dedicated to compassionate, high-quality care. Their practice is unique because they have 2 separate sides of the office, one for pediatric and one for adult dentistry, so the entire family can be seen in one visit. Give us a call at 281-292-1605. Again, that's 281-292-1605. Or visit www.kacherdentistry.com to schedule your next appointment. And be sure to mention Highlanders baseball. Kacher Dentistry, a home run for the whole family.
Bottom of the third we go here on Houston Sports Live. Folks, don't forget, let us know where you're watching tonight's broadcast from, our Game of the Week coverage. And don't forget, coming up afterwards, we'll have our finale of the Gameday Houston postgame show. We'll have an interview potentially with a player from the winning team, and we'll recap everything before we send you off and get ready for more action in District 13 6A over the next week. Again, don't forget, let us know where you're listening from, and don't forget to tune in postgame for more Gameday Houston coverage from our Game of the Week here at Adam Dunn Field. 7, 8, and 9 hitters due up in the inning, starting with Yaya, as they call him, as that one is low for a ball. 1-0 to Yenzil Kebazuda. 1-0 will off-speed its way into a strike. 1-1 on the bottom third of the zone.
I believe that Yaya is one of those guys that once he gets on base, he has really good speed. So he'll be someone to look out for once he can find a way to get on base.
That one looked like it slipped out of Raymer's hands and got away from him there. 2-1. I want to thank everybody for tuning in to tonight's ball game. From wherever you may be, we appreciate you hanging out with us on your Thursday night. 2-1, winds and deals, does Raymer. Right down Hollywood, first strike, 2-2. Taking his time against the righty at the plate. Into the turf. Spiked before he got to home plate. We're now full. The 3-2 swung on, tried to backdoor curve it, but this one to the left will be plenty in play as Keith ranges to his right and makes the catch for out number 1.
Now batting for the Eagles, number 20. Designated hitter, Josue Flores.
Josue Flores, the DH, the 8-hitter in the lineup, heads to the plate with 1 out, nobody on in the inning. Bottom of the third, New Caney still looking for their first run of the contest, as they look to try and make something happen here. Fouled straight back. 0-1 is the count. The 0-1. Swung on, flied, and foul. First base side. As that one spikes into the grass. 0-2.
There's been plenty of souvenirs for fans outside the stadium today, Jordan.
Absolutely, there has been. Raymer winds and deals. And that one in the opposite batter's box. One and two the count. Swung on and fouled again. It seems like Raymer thus far has been able to mix his pitch speeds pretty well. You saw him get that punch out in the bottom of the first where he used a huge breaking ball in the opposite batter's box to get the hitter fishing. As this one will be popped up just past the infield right side. About 4 men converging on it, but Villasana will make the catch for out number 2. But back to my point, it seems like Raymer's been able to mix his pitch speeds a bit. He's been able to mix between the high velocity right down Hollywood Boulevard and the off speed, the breaking stuff. He's been able to really pitch effectively. Good command.
Yes, he's keeping Main Street wide open, but it also keeps the hitter on their toes because they don't really know what to expect, whether it's going to be a breaking ball or something really high speed. So now they're trying to communicate and see what to look for, but he's doing a great job of keeping everything balanced and keeping the hitters on their toes.
First pitch high and away for a ball. 1-0 is the count to the 9-hole hitter in Caden Pate. 1-0 will just miss the bottom outside corner. 2-0.
Caden Pate is a senior this year. He's committed to National College Park to play ball next season. Looking forward to seeing him do some big things there.
Pompo, just to the top of the screen.
Jordan, I thought we were going to catch one.
Look, if you're going to do it, though, you got to do it barehanded. Otherwise, it doesn't count.
You know, in all of my years of sports, that would have been impressive at this point.
Let's just say there's a reason why I'm here on the mic and not down on the field. 2-1. Back doors on a beautiful strike placement right there in that bottom inside corner. 2-2. Deuce is wild. The pitch originally looked like it was going to be part of his hip.
Yeah, but the way it just broke inside, or outside rather. Beautiful.
Tries using the same pitch but on the opposite corner, but to no avail. It's now full count with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Three-two. And just missed ball 4. So a full count walk for the first base runner of the ball game.
Peyton Lopez.
For New Caney. And now back to the top of the order in Peyton Lopez.
I finally got a guy on base. So let's see what we can do here.
Raymer now working from the stretch. Opposite batter's box, 1-0. Lopez 0 for 1 with a punch out in the bottom of the 1st inning. Caught swinging out his shoelaces on that huge breaking ball. As a pickoff move to first, not in time. A little hesitation, it's seen from Pate to get back to first, but made it in enough time. Tries it again, back in time safely.
Pate is another one of those athletes that also has good speed on base. So you want to keep him guessing as well.
One-0 swung on line, and that will fall fair. First base hit of the ball game for New Caney as that screams all the way to the wall. They'll send the runner from first to home. Pate comes in, throw late, he's safe. First run of the ball game for New Caney, and it comes on a 2-out RBI double from Peyton Lopez, and it's now 3-1. Conroe now up by 2.
And that's literally what we just spoke about, Jordan. They got a runner on base. They were able to capitalize off that. So now you make it a 2-run game, and now you have an opportunity to really tie this thing up with a runner in scoring position.
Now all of a sudden, tying run is at the plate. It's big in this middle part of the go inning by inning. You lose more chances at trying to get back in the ball game. So this is a big spot at the moment for New Caney. Bunt attempt, fouled. 0-1 is the count to Kason Lipsy, who's 0 for 1 with a fly out to right field in the 1st inning. From the stretch, against the lefty, at the plate. Misses outside, tried the frame job, but to no avail. On deck, Josiah Lisenby. The 1-1 swung on, popped up. This should end the inning as that will stay on the infield. Turner runs in, makes the catch, a short stop for out number 3. One run crosses the plate.
No Tiger errors.
Nothing else as they leave a runner stranded. Their first hit of the ball game. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on. It's now 3-1 as we head to the top of the 4th. Not a completely changed ball game, but more manageable if you're New Caney when we come back on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Houston Sports Live, a different ball game, not completely changed, but like we said, more manageable for New Caney now as they're only down by 2. 3-1 the scores. We start top of the 4th. First pitch swinging will fly to center. It will be caught by Lipsy for out number 1.
Next up for the Tigers, number 22, Turner.
Tyler is a popular name in this game, Jordan. We have Tyler Wilson, who pitched last game. We have Tyler Rodriguez, and now we have Tyler Turner.
Fouled one away for an 0-1 count. Now the real question is, which Tyler Turner?
Ah, great point there, great point.
In case y'all haven't caught on back at home, our broadcast colleague's name is Ty Turner, or Tyler Turner. So just to get the little bit of awkward commentator humor out of the way before we go through the rest of the ball game. The 0-2 count currently to Tyler Turner, who's 0 for 1 with a ground out. 1 out in the inning. Swung on, lifted, but foul once again, and will trail out of play. And will be near the children that are sitting down there trying to retrieve the foul ball. All 4 pitches of the inning so far have all had contact, whether the fly ball or the pop-up, I should say, to center field, or the 3 straight foul balls. Curry came into the inning with 58 total pitches through 3 innings of work, a little bit on the higher side, but also not that uncommon at the high school level to see.
And you have to wonder if fatigue will begin to settle in for him.
Pop-up,
Another
out of play. Off the top of the screen, keeps it 0-2. Check swing, he did not go around, makes it 1-2. He thought about it. You could see him really about trying to really turn one around, but realized that was tailing away way too quick. As that hits low and in the turf. 2-2. With 2-2. Swung on, lifted, but foul, and will fall into foul territory down the first base line. That is 5 foul balls this at bat alone. 8th pitch coming up.
telling you, a lot of these hitters are just getting on the ball a little too late. If they were just half a second earlier, I think we're looking at a different outcome here.
2-2. Swung on, lifted center field. Not moving too much as Lipsy is. He makes the catch on a line for out number 2.
2 down for the Tigers. Brings up number 12, first baseman Burns.
And as you mentioned earlier, the wind is now shifted where it's coming from the outfield towards home plate. So now any ball that flies out that way doesn't have that same carry that it normally would. And it kind of stops and halts the spin in midair, thus giving the outfielders an easier time to catch it.
Chopper left side. Racing over is Rodriguez to his left. Laser throw to first in time. And that takes care of out number 3. A 1-2-3 inning defensively.
On the 4th inning.
Ending on the 5-3 ground out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Still 3-1 as New Caney looks to claw their way back into it just a little bit more. When we come back on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Houston Sports Live alongside me, Ty Turner. My name's Jordan Smith. Bottom of the 4th inning. It's a 3-1 contest. Conroe leads by 2, but only because of the 1 run scored in the bottom half of the 3rd inning, the previous inning, by New Caney, after finally getting their first hit of the ball game. Fly ball center field and can't get past the diving grab of Jackson Taylor, and that will be a double for Josiah Lisenby to start things off on the first pitch of the inning.
Right center. That's going to bring up number 11, third baseman Tyler Rodriguez.
Jackson Taylor was a little slow to get up after making the diving effort. And again, we talked about his range in the outfield. He put it on display back in that 2nd inning where he made all 3 outs offensively in the inning. But his speed right there was tremendous. You expect that out of center fielders, but still the range he covered was tremendous.
He covered a lot of ground, and you can see he's kind of bent over and paying for it. He put his body on the line. He put all the effort, all the energy out there, but to no avail on that one.
So now Tyler Rodriguez with a runner in scoring position. He's now the tie run. Is Rodriguez at the plate? Lefty bat, the righty pitcher. Time called as they want to reset. From the stretch, Raymer deals. Bunt attempt, popped up, and caught on the sliding knees of Reagan. And that's out number 1.
Now batting for the Eagles.
Now that is a great play right there.
Christian Van Ostran.
Really good head of awareness.
Christian Van Ostran will stride to the plate, and yeah, that's a good job of being able to track it because there's a lot of the time when the catcher's taking that mask off, you kind of lose it sometimes. You see it all the time in baseball. The catcher might lose it. So a good job of being able to track it in the air, just use the speed to get there in enough time. 1 out, first pitch outside the zone for a ball.
And the Eagles are looking to advance the runner here with the sacrifice bunt.
No double play opportunity because there's nobody on first. Infield shifted a little bit. First base playing a little bit closer in Bruns. And time called at the absolute last millisecond by Van Ostrand. Will miss outside, 2-0. Bunt rolls fair down the third base line. Throw to first on a backhand. Just got it in time.
Ooh, that's
Van
close.
Ostrand not happy with the call there, but they get him out. The sacrifice works because it moves the runner over to third base.
Number 15, left fielder.
That was a close one.
Caney.
I think Ostrand did a great job of running that out, and if there was a chance to review that one, I probably would.
Ryan Canning at the plate with a runner at third base and 2 outs. Canning representing the tying run. Backdoor missing high. 1-0 the count. Canning 0 for 1 with a fly out to center field. That being in the second inning of play. It's what ended the second inning of play.
And this was one of the goals that we had for the Caney Eagles, right? For them to get the ball in the field and make plays. And right now, they're looking at a one-possession game, one-score game. And now you have a chance to go into the later innings with a tie game and put yourself in a position to beat one of the better teams in the district.
A 1-1 count. Currently at the plate as that one will foul away.
When he swung, it seemed that he was a bit unsure. He has to be more certain about that swing there.
Ready's now the 1-2. And misses outside for a ball.
If I'm not mistaken, Ryan Canning is only a freshman. So he has some time to continue to grow and build a nice baseball career here at New Caney.
This one, Chopper to second base. Villasana to first in time. And that, more importantly for Conroe, strands the runner at third base as the 4-3 ground out ends the inning. No runs. 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on as we head to the top of the 5th. It's 3-1 when we come back on Houston Sports Live.
Highlander Nation.
Back here on Houston Sports Live as we get ready to go to the top of the 5th inning. First pitch is outside the zone for a ball, 1-0. Curry back on the bump once again. 68 pitches coming into this inning. One and one is a swing and a miss.
I'm telling you, this Conroe Curry that we're seeing in these later innings has been phenomenal. He's been throwing a heck of a game, and he's really been controlling the mound.
And a swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Now batting for the Tigers.
That
number
is
11,
the second
Matthews.
punch out of the ball game by Curry.
Villasania has been chasing on that one, but like I said, Curry has been giving him some real good looks. He just couldn't capitalize.
First pitch is dropped just behind the second baseman and will be a single.
The Tigers
runner aboard.
with the base runner bringing up number 3, left fielder Keith.
Back to the top of the order now, Jaden Keith up to the plate. Taking his sweet time, looking at that runner at first, now deals. As that'll be outside for a ball, 1-0.
I had Mr. Jaden Keith as one of my players of the game. Let's see if he can come up big here for these Conroe Tigers.
That one will miss outside, 2-0. That one missing as well, 3-0. Expect their heater here, right down the middle of the plate, and expect them not to swing. As that one actually missed, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk. So now put runners at first and second.
Now batting number 23, Reagan.
And this is a big opportunity for Conroe with only 1 out in the inning. Yes, the double play scenario still in effect. The fact of the matter is if you can get another run up there, that recreates that 3-run advantage. And psychologically, 1 run, okay, you're in it. 2 runs, you're in it, but you got some work to do. 3 runs, now you start to have a little bit of trouble, especially now at this point in the top of the 5th inning.
Yeah, as you get later in the game, a 3-run lead is never like insurmountable. However, once you said, like you said, you get later in the game, it starts to look like, okay, now we really have to start swinging that bat, if you're New Caney. So, like I said, Conroe can really establish themselves in a position where they can be in a comfortable lead and just close this thing out and get a good road win for them.
Jackson Reagan at the plate, 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. That one will miss outside as well, 3-0. That is now 7 straight outside the zone by Curry. Can't tell down there, unfortunately, if there's any action in the bullpen, because they got a brick wall blocking the view from the press box. But now back-to-back 4-pitch walks. Now all of a sudden the bases are juiced here in the top of the 5th inning.
And they are calling for a meeting at the mound.
They're just talking things over. They're not changing anything yet. No manager out there either, so a player, an infielder only meeting. Just trying to discuss things a little bit. There's Coach Raymer talking strategy with his fellas.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 4, Trentham.
Again, a big opportunity here for Conroe offensively to open this game wide open for New Caney as well defensively, because if they can get a double play to end the top half of the inning, that's a big momentum shift in their favor.
Absolutely.
Swung on, lined into left. Canning will make the catch deep into left field. He'll try to throw to the cutoff man, not going to be anywhere near in enough time, as a run will score on the sacrifice fly to make it 4-1.
Stepping to the plate, number 18, Norwood.
Both runners at first and second hold their positions.
And if you're Conroe, that is exactly what you would have liked to have seen on that play.
Now, I do believe we're going to get a courtesy runner over at first base, and in fact, we are. Courtesy runner for Conroe. Get that number for you in just a second. First pitch, in the meantime, is outside the zone for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Foul tip, 1-1. Laughlin, the courtesy runner over at first base, and is doing so Reagan can go get his catcher's gear on now that there's 2 outs in the inning. The 1-1. The outside. 2-1. Landon Norwood at the plate, who's 1 for 2 with a double RBI and a run scored. Part of that 3-run top of the first. Take those out. This is a tied ball game.
Yeah.
Outside the zone, 3-1.
In this sport, sometimes just one inning can be the real difference maker in the entire game. And right now, if you just take out, like you said, you take out that first inning, this is a tied ball game.
Outside, ball 4. So now bases loaded once again.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 2, Raymer.
And I think we're going for a change here at the pitcher.
Let's see, and Coach Joey Cheatham. We had the chance to talk with Pregame out there on the bump, and there it is. So a new pitcher on the bump when we come back. Here in the top of the 5th, it's 4-1, Conroe ahead on Houston Sports Live.
Curry.
Back here on Houston Sports Live.
4 hits and 4 runs.
It's 4-1 the score. Conroe ahead. Bases loaded situation currently. New pitcher on the bump. Chris Reed's one of the 3 freshmen that Coach Cheatham talked about in our pregame chat.
Yeah, this young man is a righty, and he's also capable of playing the field, as he's also listed as a second baseman. So let's see what skills he can bring to get the Eagles out of this tough spot that they are in currently.
First pitch, working from the stretch. That one gets past the catcher underneath his legs. And will roll slowly to the backstop to allow everybody to advance 90 feet and add another run to the total, another crooked number here in the inning for Conroe. It's now 5-1.
And not the best start, but you can also attribute that to nerves. Like I said, this is a young man who is coming into the game. It's also pretty chilly outside, so I'm sure he's a bit cold as is.
In there for a strike. 1-1 the count. Don't forget, coming up post-game, we will have potentially player interview with one member from the winning team. It's part of our Gameday Houston post-game coverage from our game of the week here between New Caney and Conroe. We'll also recap the whole game as it is and get you ready for what's coming up in the next week, at least especially tomorrow for members of 13-6A and beyond. All that on Gameday Houston's post-game coverage live from Adam Dunn Field here tonight. Foul ball. Makes it 2-2.
Jordan, every time I think we have a shot at getting it, it just clips the top of the net.
Right. Two swung on, and a ground ball with eyes on the left side of the infield. 1 run scores. They'll send the runner home from second, and it looks like Norwood. Laughlin scored first, Norwood scored second, and this game has blown wide open. 4 runs here in the top of the 5th. It's now 7-1. Conroe ahead by 6.
Bringing up number 22, Turner.
And if you're the Eagles, that is the last thing you wanted to see. Ideally, you get out of that inning with just a 1 run earned. But now they haven't been able to give up a 6-run lead to these Tigers of Conroe.
That will miss a zone. Want to know is the count. We have a courtesy runner on first base, as that will miss outside 2-0. Courtesy runner for Raymer. This one swung out, will fall into center field for a base hit. We'll keep the inning going with another 2-out single.
Stepping to the plate, number 12, Burns.
That one being Turner, who got the single. Now Landon Brunt will step up to the plate, the 9th hitter of the lineup. Or 9th hitter of the lineup in this inning alone. First pitch outside for a ball, 1-0. 0 for 2 is Bruns. 5-3 groundouts both times up to the plate. By the way, the courtesy runner for Raymer at second base now is Williams. That one will miss low. Go back to first. No real urgency there, it seemed like, though. Just keeping the runners honest, Keeping them dancing a little bit. It is a 2-0 count currently. As that one will miss outside, 2-1. Missing outside, 3-1. Fixing to be bases loaded for the third time this inning. Or second time this inning, it feels like.
These long, drawn-out innings with runners in scoring position is never a good sign.
Time now called. A 3-1, high and tight, right at the letters, right on the hands for ball 4, and the bases are juiced once again. So now we go back to the top of the, top of the lineup, top of where we started the inning with Alex Villasana. Coming back to the plate for the second time this inning, and now I believe we have a pinch hitter.
Number 19, Hayden Shelley.
Pinch hitting for the Tigers, number 19, Shelley.
Shelley now a pinch hitter in the spot for Villasana. Lefty will watch one in the turf. 1-0. As that one misses inside, 2-0. Chopper fell. 2-1.
Eagles need to find a way to keep this ball on the ground and get out the inning without any more damage being done.
That one missing outside for a ball. 3-1 upcoming. Throw down to third. Nothing doing though. Jake Matthews still on deck. 2 outs, bases loaded. Fouled straight back. So now 3-2 situation, 2 outs and the bases loaded. Everybody will be running on this next pitch no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. Regardless of how it looks, if it's in the air, on the ground, everybody just needs to advance.
Everybody goes, and it's ball 4. Into the turf, another run scores, and that's now 5 in the inning. It is now 8-1, time is called, and I think Coach Cheatham may be looking at changing arms potentially. We'll see. And yes, he is. So we'll take another quick break. When we come back, the new arm for New Caney when we come back in this extended top of the 5th here on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Houston Sports Live, new pitcher J.J. Isham on the bump with bases loaded, 2 outs, and an 8-1 scoreline. Now, outside chance, as that one runs high and tight for a ball 1-0. But something you have to keep in mind here. 3 more runs and mercy rule goes into effect because you have to be up by 10 after 5 innings for it to happen. So something to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
That if they can get another hit and get 3 runs in before that 3rd out, that goes into effect for the bottom half of the inning.
We have another foul ball here.
1-2 the count. Now that's all barring that Conroe clears the bases with a bases loaded situation right now and 2 outs. Yeah. And then New Caney doesn't score in the bottom half to then create the end of game by mercy rule. This one, chopper up the middle, so we won't see that as it goes to second on the fielder's choice and takes care of the inning. All the bases left stranded, but 5 runs across the plate to make it 8-1 heading into the bottom of the 5th here on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Houston Sports Live. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1. Raymer on the bump looking at the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Starting with Yaya. The 0-1. That one low, 1-1. Raymer been very efficient here tonight pitch count-wise. 52 pitches in 4 innings of work, 30 of those going for strikes heading into this 5th inning of play. 1-1, chopper, left side to the shortstop, Turner. Slingshot the first in time for out number 1. 6-3 ground out on your scorecards at home.
Now batting for the Eagles, number 20, designated hitter, Josue Flores.
Josue Flores to the plate now with 1 out and no one on, trailing 8-1 in the ball game.
And as mentioned earlier, Raymer's stance on that mound, I mean, it's just, he gives you great balance. You see the full extension of the arm. It's just something like you like these little detailed nicks when you're looking at him from a college coach perspective.
Outside, 2-0. This one swung on a hard chopper and through the left side of the infield for a hard hit grounder and a single for Josue Flores, his first base hit of the night.
Single by Flores brings up
Now Caden
number
Pate
12
to the plate.
right fielder Caden Pate.
Very good hit by Mr. Flores. Way to get on top of that ball and find the open area on the field.
Another reason why we're kind of looking at Raymer as a player of the game almost here tonight. Only 4 base runners have been allowed the entire game when it comes off the hands of Raymer. One of them being Pate. He's the only run who has scored in the ball game for New Caney. Right now a 1-0 count to Mr. Pate.
And so far, the definition of controlling the pace of the game has been Owen Raymer. And let's see if he can get himself out of this situation with the runner on first.
Late breaking ball misses outside. 2-0 and now time called. Coach Raymer, yes, Dad Raymer, going out to son Raymer, talking things over. First time they've had a mound visit. Don't really think he's taking him out, no reason to. Again, only 52 pitches through 4 innings. I think they're just talking a little strategy, maybe seeing how he's feeling, especially after the extended break.
Yeah.
Because that sometimes also hinders pitchers a bit. Is while, yes, the offense is going like crazy, your pitcher's now continuously sitting there.
Oh, that fifth
and waiting
was
and thinking.
Very extensive, and he was there just kind of. I mean, he had it at bat, but he did sit for quite a bit of time. So you hope that he didn't get too cold, didn't get too rusty during that time period.
So 2-0 count currently after the mound visit. That's the first of the inning. One more this inning. No matter who it is from the coaching staff, and it'll have to be a pitching change. 2-0 right down Hollywood for a strike, 2-1. Pate, his second plate appearance, got on base with that walk, did score that run. Being in the bottom of the third. There's a lone run for New Caney thus far. That one missing outside, 3-1. And thanks to everybody tuning in for tonight's broadcast. Let us know where you're watching the action from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well, as that runs inside and almost nails him. Either way, it was ball 4. So a walk, and now 2 on base.
2 runners for the Eagles, bringing up number 8, shortstop, Peyton Lopez.
Back to the top of the order, Peyton Lopez. With 2 on and 1 out. New Caney needing a lot of work, a little bit of pixie dust to try to get their way back into this one and make it at least a little bit more manageable, down by 7 as the first pitch is in there for a strike.
Just got to keep chipping away.
So you've seen it all in high school athletics. Game's never truly over until that final out or the clock hits 0-0. But a lot of work to do for New Caney as that one misses in the turf. One. That one missing low. 2-1. Talked about how it was mid-60s at first pitch. Yeah, a lot colder than that. Mid-50s now.
Yeah.
Chopper, left side to the shortstop, to second for 1, to first. 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. Beautiful piece of defensive work, while also Josue Flores trying to play a little watch-out game there with his feet, little dancing feet, as that now takes us to the top of the 6th.
Your score after 5 innings.
1 runner left stranded. No runs across the plate in that inning. And Conroe maintains their 7-run lead. Back to New Caney, Texas after this on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Houston Sports Live for the top of the 6th inning. 8-1 the score currently. Conroe ahead of New Caney. Welcome you inside the broadcast booth alongside me, Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith. J.J. Isham back on the bump. Came in for that final out of the 5th. Third pitcher used in the 5th inning. He starts off the 6th right now with a 1-0 count. At the plate, we see the 1-2-3 hitter starting with Jaden Keith, top of the order. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored in the ball game thus far. There's that one. Runs on the outside edge for a strike, 1-1.
And if you're the Eagles, you want as clean of an inning as possible. Do not give them a chance to continue to increase to this already enormous lead.
3-1. Swung on, popped up. Will go into foul territory. Rodriguez underneath it. Will make the catch as the shortstop Lopez was creeping up right behind him. And that's out number 1 in foul territory.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 23, Reagan.
Now Jackson Reagan to the plate. 1 out, no one on. Still 8-1 lead, top of the 6th. Fouled straight back. 0-1 the count. Now, if there was no net there, that would have been coming straight for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And for the camera, in case you weren't watching, yeah, that was going to be some 3D vision right there in your living room TV.
New equipment you'd have to buy.
But I just got this camera. 0-2 as that one finds the zone. Winds and deals. Outside for a ball. One and two the count. Reagan has been on base twice, once via a single, once with a walk. He's also scored a run. That one will miss. Catcher and Van Ostrand, I think, thought that that one was in the zone. I was getting ready to go around the horn with it, but had to pull back and get back to his pitcher. And tried to frame that one, held it for a couple seconds, but home plate umpire said, try again. 3-2.
Gotta love the catcher for trying to make the pitcher look good.
Swung on, popped up, over the screen, but over us. And hitting the electrical power grid at the stadium. 3-2. Swung on, popped up, and we'll just sneak over the netting there. We'll stay 3-2. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up right here. This one swung on, line drive straight to second base. Yeah, with the catch.
Stepping up for the Tigers, number 4.
It's out number 2. Tanner Trantham at the dish. That one will miss outside for a ball, 1-0. Trantham in the ball game, 1 for 3. Single, run scored, and an RBI on a sacrifice fly. That one will foul straight back, 1-1.
I think that hit the helmet of the catcher, too.
1-1 count. That runs high and tight. 2-1. It's about a foot away from the gloves right there of the right-handed hitter. A 3-1. Swung on, lifted on a line to center. Lipsy runs in, makes the catch, and that's out number 3. We head to the bottom of the 6th. No runs across the plate on a 1-2-3 defensive top of the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. Bottom of the 6th we go. 8-1 the score when we come back on Houston Sports Live. Fans, this could be your business that I'm talking about right now. Advertising packages are still available for the 2026 baseball calendar season, giving you exposure on each and every single broadcast on Houston Sports Live's coverage of District 13-6A action. Introductory advertising packages are still available for all business types and budgets for the 2026 season. To learn more about this opportunity, you can head to our website at houstonsports.live, click on the Advertise tab, and fill out the contact form to get the process started today. 8-1 the score here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Alongside me, Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith. As the first pitch outside the zone for a ball, 1-0. Raymer back on the bump once again. As we see 2-3-4 starting with Kasem Lipsy. Liner, foul, first base side. 1-1. The 1-1. In there for the strike. 1-2. Got him with that backdoor slider.
That's a good pitch right there.
67 pitches through 5 innings of work. Just barely above 10 pitches an inning for Mr. Raymer. He's had himself quite the effective inning when it comes to getting outs quickly. Outside the zone. Full count approach coming up here. Lipsy 0 for 2. Last time up, popped out to the shortstop. Outside, ball 4.
And he got away from him. You could see it on his face.
After the walk, that brings up number 21.
To put Lipsy on base for the first time.
Josiah Lisenby.
Josiah Lisenby to the plate with 1 on. Nobody out in this 8-1 contest here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Getting closer to the 2-hour mark in this ball game. First pitch at 7:02. Tries a back door, but misses high for a ball, 1-0. Lisenby 1 for 2 with a double in the contest, would be left stranded at third base, that being in the fourth. Outside. Oh, they call it a strike. 1-1. Must have clipped that outside corner.
Must have, because I definitely thought it was a ball, but gotta trust the umpires and their decisions.
Bottom 1. That misses low. Don't forget more 13-6A action coming your way on the Houston Sports Live networks. On the sister network, the Highlander Sports Network, the Woodlands take on Caney Creek out at Caney Creek High School. That a 2 p.m. first pitch. That one will trickle foul. 2-2 the count. 2 p.m. first pitch, 1:45 p.m. pregame. That'll be live on the Highlander Sports Network YouTube channel. Jason Greer on the call of the action there. And then tomorrow, Grand Oaks hosts College Park. That game, another 2 p.m. first pitch, 1:45 p.m. pregame show. I will have the call of the action live from the Den, Grand Oaks High School, right here on the Houston Sports Live YouTube channel. That one fouled away. Stays 2-2. That one swung on, lined into left. Catch is made by Keith with only a few steps to his right. And that'll take care of out number 1.
Lisenby flies out to left field. Stepping to the plate for the Eagles,
Tyler Rodriguez.
11, third baseman, Tyler
Stepping up to the plate with 1 out and 1 on. 7-run lead here in the bottom of the 6th. After this, each team with 1 more chance to hit before we call it a night. Swung on, that'll be lifted and fall into center field for a base hit. First hit of the ball game for Tyler Rodriguez. He's now 1 of 3 in the contest. And it puts runners at first and second.
Single by Ty. Now batting for the Eagles, the catcher, number 3. We'll pause for a mound visit.
First one of the inning, just talking things over again. We take a look at the way this game has gone, Ty. And obviously, 5-3 final on Tuesday was a lot closer in that ball game. A couple of things go wrong for New Caney, and Conroe's able to capitalize on that and get a couple runs that really were the difference maker. This one, Conroe just got a hold of something in 2 innings and just let it fly.
You know, right from the bat, no pun intended, the first inning you saw how aggressive the Conroe came out. You could really feel their energy. It was very like an imposing will upon these New Caney Eagles. And then in the 5th inning, that's where you kind of see it resurface, right? So now it's just like, okay, if you are New Caney, even if you don't find your way back into this game, what stepping stones can you see going to next game? What can you build upon to be like, okay, this will be what we need to build upon our mistakes and, you know, go on towards their next matchup, like what can be better at?
Back to action after the mound visit. Christian Van Ostrand to the plate. 2 on, 1 out. Double play depth in effect for the Conroe Tiger defense. From the stretch, first pitch, backdoors its way into the zone for a strike. Van Ostrand 0 for 2, still looking for his first hit, along with a few other Eagles players. In fact, the 5 through 7 positions in the lineup are currently 0 for 6 in the ballgame.
Oh, wow.
That one will run into the turf to even it up at 1 apiece. And here's the more amazing thing about it, and you kind of see this a little bit more with Raymer. You kind of expect pitchers to be able to get punch-outs, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's only had one strikeout. That was at the bottom of the first inning for the first out of the inning. As that one rips down the third base line fair, that'll score one, potentially two. Rodriguez is being sent home from first, and he will make it there in plenty of time, just beating out the throw by a few paces, and a 2 RBI double. Brings it back within 5 now. Here comes Raymer, and that will do it for Owen. First hit of the ball game for Van Ostrand. More than likely see a courtesy runner for him. That'll be after the fact of the new pitcher.
You love to see a good slap shot down the third base line.
Ovation from the Conroe faithful for Owen and his efforts here tonight. Fantastic game on the mound. We'll get his final numbers as soon as we can, but make your quick point before we send it to break.
Oh, no, he certainly passes the eye test. Like, what he did on the mound today was truly a very good job. Very great game pitched by him so far. And let's see who they bring in to close it out.
Take a quick break. When we come back, new pitcher on the bump for the Conroe Tigers. 8-3 here in the bottom of the 6th on Houston Sports Live. Back here in the bottom of the 6th inning, 8-3 the score. New Caney adding a couple more runs here. Their first crooked number inning of the contest. They're in the bottom of the 6th. And the new pitcher on the bump, Ethan Perego for Conroe. First pitch for the right-hander will be outside the zone for a ball, 1-0.
And you can hear the energy starting to pick up on the New Caney side as they feel some type of momentum swinging their way.
Get your final numbers for Owen Raymer as soon as we can. Full breakdown during our Gameday Houston post-game show. Fully break down the ball game here today. Have a potential player interview right after post-game and take a look ahead at what's next. Coming up and more on the Gameday Houston post-game wrap-up. Thought about it, but went to second. No throw, just trying to keep him honest. Ryan Canning at the plate. 0 for 2 in the contest. Last time up, grounded out to the second baseman. Right down Hollywood for a strike. 2-1. Nice backdoor slider, but falls just below the zone, says the home plate umpire. A 3-1 count. Like you said, you still got a lot of work to do to even make it manageable if you're New Caney, but the crooked number has to be a good sign if you're the Eagles bench.
Absolutely. When you look at it on paper, you're like, man, this is an insurmountable league, but
Chopper
right
up the
now,
gut, mishandled by Turner at short. More than likely, that will go down as a fielding error. We'll wait for the official decision here.
The Eagles have 2 on the bases, bringing up number 1. Second baseman,
Runners at first
Yandel
and
Cavazudo.
second. There's the official E6 on the scorecard. Runner stays put at second base. Still 1 out, but now 2 on base. And that one will miss low for a ball, 1-0. But back to your point.
yeah, so plays like that are things you are looking for if you're New Caney. Like, if you can give people on base, they happen to not field the ball to the best of their ability, and now you get a situation where you can get runners in position and you can continue to chip away. Like I said, 8-3, it sounds bad. But right now you got 2 runners on base and a chance to really get this lead down as short as possible. I mean, a runner just third. A runner just stole the third, and now look at you. Scoring position.
And that's just smart base running right there. Caught Conroe napping a little bit. As now catcher and Reagan will call time. He's given the defensive signal to his infield. Remember, still double play situation. Got the runner on first, but now runners on the corners against smart base running by Van Ostrand, catching him sleeping. Official credit for a stolen base there. Or sorry, catcher's indifference. There's that one in the zone, 2-1. Swung on, lifted, but foul, and will head to the softball stadium. No, ladies and gentlemen, that was not the top of somebody's vehicle.
The maintenance team will have a bit of cleaning up to do this evening.
Right. Fouled straight back, keeps it 2-2. That one misses low, full count. On deck is Yaya. 1 out, 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with that late breaking motion. His
Now
first punch out of the ball game,
Eagles.
second by a
Number
Conroe
13,
pitcher tonight.
Brady Lowe.
There's 2 away in the inning.
That's a great pitch by Mr. Prego.
And now I believe time called here. I believe we have a pinch hitter. That will be Mr. Brady Lowe coming in as a pinch hitter for the DH and Josue Flores. Want to know is that one's outside the zone?
Brady Lowe, a senior, making an appearance at the plate.
2-0 as that misses outside. Fireball on the inside third. for a strike, 2-1. Two one. Outside the batter's box in that left-handed batter's box. 3-1. Catching the outside third, right on the edge of the zone. So here's going to be the interesting thing. Full count, 2 outs. Runner at third's not going to go. The runner at first probably will because there's nobody at second pushing the runner at third. Nobody decides to go, and he backdoors him. Fastball on the inside third for the backwards K to leave him stranded.
Way to get out of that inning, Mr. Prego. Great job.
The Eagles pick up 2 runs on 2 hits. No Tiger
First
errors.
backwards K of the night
2
for a
left on
Conroe
base.
pitcher. Second punch out.
Your score
4.
after 6 innings of play. Conroe 8.
New
Caney
pitcher
3.
in Mr. Prego. And that takes us to the 7th. 8-3 the score. One more inning of baseball to go here at Adam Dunn Field. Back after this on Houston Sports Live. Back here on Houston Sports Live, alongside me is Ty Turner. My name is Jordan Smith as we get you to the top of the 7th. 8-3 the score. Isham on the bump for the 7th inning of work. First pitch fouled away for a strike, 0-1. He looks at the 4-5-6 hitter, starting with Landon Norwood. As that one will miss a zone to even it up at 1 apiece. And coming up on the Gameday Houston post-game wrap-up, we will recap the action here tonight, post-game player interview, and look ahead to what's next in the action in 13-6A. All that coming up and more on our Gameday Houston post-game wrap-up. 2-2 becomes 3-2 as that one misses low and away to the right-handed hitter. Isham working quickly. That one high, ball 4. Worked it back. From starting down 0-1 to a
for the Tigers,
walk.
number 2, Raymer.
His second time on base via the walk for Norwood. Has scored both times he's been on base and brought in an RBI.
That's a productive day.
New pinch hitter. Actually, sorry, not a pinch hitter. It's Raymer back on the back at the plate as he swings and one will stay in the ballpark on a big fly. Be out number 1 on a fly to left field right to Canning.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 12, Burns.
Landon Bruns.
Correction, number 22,
Tyler Turner. Tyler Turner to the plate, then Landon Bruns soon after. Okay, now they're getting all of us confused. 8-3 currently. 1 out in the top of the 7th, 1 on base. Double play depth for New Caney defensively as the first pitch is in there for a strike. On that lower third of the plate, 0-1. One for 3 is Turner with a 2 RBI single. Check swing goes foul, makes incidental contact, 0-2.
Yep. He's going to feel that one.
I think he does right now. Yeah, walking it off and taking the stinger with him.
Considering how cold it is, also, that does not help.
Now looks like he's going to walk out. Looks like it may have hit him on the arms or something. So now be a pinch hitter halfway through the at-bat. That's a new one for my scorecard.
Sebastian Rodriguez.
Yep, Mr. Rodriguez indeed.
Pinch hitting for the Tigers, number 24, Rodriguez.
So it comes in an 0-2 count. With 1 out. And pickoff move to first. That one gets away. Almost caught him at first, and instead he'll now head to second. A wild throw. More than likely will be a throwing error on the pitcher. Or fielding error by the first baseman. We'll see what the official ruling is. It is the second error of the ball game. And now looks like a courtesy runner heading to second base.
Entering the game to run, number 21, Taylor.
Taylor in as the courtesy runner over at second base now in place of Norwood. That one will find the zone. The second out of the inning. Backwards K.
Number 12, Burns.
It is the third punch out of the ball game, first via the backwards K for Mr. Isham. Second for the New Caney pitching staff with the backwards K. As this one swung on and popped up. Bruns will keep it in the infield. Catch is made by Lopez, and that's out number 3. Bottom of the 7th we go. 3 more outs defensively for the Tigers, and they walk away with a crucial Game 2 victory in this series for district play. Back after this on Houston Sports Live. Bottom of the 7th we go. 9-1, 2 hitters due up for New Caney in their final chance at the plate here tonight. 8-3 the score. Conroe ahead of New Caney here on Houston Sports Live as part of our Game of the Week coverage. First pitch is outside the zone for a ball, 1-0. New pitcher on the bump for Conroe, that being Mr. Neal on the mound.
Brady Neal, Jr., class of 2027.
That one's in the zone for a strike, 1-1. Listen outside, 2-1. Swung on, hit high and deep to left. Racing to his left is Keith. He made the catch in left center. And that is out number 1.
Now batting for the Eagles, shortstop number 8, Peyton Lopez.
One away in the bottom of the 7th inning as we go back to the top of the order in Peyton Lopez. 1 for 3 with an RBI double back in the 3rd inning of play. Bunt attempt. I say no matter what, it was in the zone, whether he pulled back or not, so a strike is awarded. Plus good breaking action on that slider there. Uses it again, gets it again. Backdoors it this time for an 0-2.
Mr. Neal, I was not familiar with your game. Goodness. That was beautiful.
We'll have to make a t-shirt for that.
Oh, man.
The 0-2. Outside, opposite batter's box. The 1-2. Fouls it away. Stays 1-2. Don't forget, folks, more 13-6A action coming your way on the Houston Sports Live family of networks. Grand Oaks versus College Park, game 1 of that series tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. 1:45 p.m. pregame show. So that one's fouled away. Right here on the Houston Sports Live YouTube channel. That link will be up for y'all tomorrow morning. I will have the call of the action live from the den at Grand Oaks High School. And then on our sister network, the Highlander Sports Network, Jason Greer will have the call of the series opener between the Highlanders, who got a massive 12th inning victory over Willis today. 5-1 the final there. They will take on Caney Creek, who has not played a game all of spring break. They've basically gotten the whole week off before they started district action here this week. That will be a 2 p.m. first pitch, 1:45 p.m. pregame on the Highlander Sports Network YouTube channel. Outside for a 2-2 count. And a swing and a miss. Getting the K for Neal, his first on the night.
Eagles, number 2,
And the
Jason
4th
Lipsy.
for the Conroe staff. And now, Kason Lipsy comes up to the plate as the last chance for New Caney in this ball game. First pitch outside for a ball. Lipsy has been on base, but is 0 for 2 in the ballgame. Got on base with a walk and scored a run. As that one will hit him in the shoelace. So another base, hit by pitch. First one of the ball game.
Stepping to the plate for the Eagles, number 21, Josiah Lisenby.
Josiah Lisenby will head to the plate now with a runner on first. And an extension of the ball game by another base runner. From the stretch, first pitch. Slides his way in for a strike 0-1.
He has a really nice breaking ball. Ah.
Lisenby 1 for 3 with a double in the 4th inning. Has that runner on first with 2 outs. Represents the last chance for New Caney in the contest. Chopper, foul. Now down to their final strike. Neal looking for the punch out. That would send the Tiger faithful home happy and get the series sweep. On a potential playoff implication game a month and a half from now. The 0-2. Swing! And a foul tip caught to the catcher's mitt. And that will do it. 2 hours and 22 minutes of this ball game as the final goes 8-3.
And that's the ball game.
Here
folks.
in this
Your
one.
Final score, Conroe
We come back.
puts up 8 runs on 6 hits.
It's our Gameday Houston post-game wrap-up.
New Caney 3 runs on 5
As
hits.
Conroe gets
2
the
errors.
series sweep,
Thank you for coming out
8-3,
to supporting your Eagle baseball
and
tonight.
outscores
Again, the New Caney,
New
baseball
Caney
program would like to
in
thank its
this
sponsors,
series,
Gringos, Tex-Mex,
12
Carlson
to
McLean,
6.
ABC Fireworks,
13
and Eco
to 6,
Services.
I should say, if I can do math
Thank you
better.
for
I'm a
supporting
math
Eagle
major
baseball,
after all.
and have a safe
We'll take a
drive
quick
home.
break, and when we come back, Gameday Houston post-game coverage right here live from our Game of the Week here on Houston Sports Live. We welcome you back to our Game Day Houston post-game recap as we have our player of the game here, Mr. Owen Raymer. First off, just talk to me about how you were feeling on the mound today and coming into this one, and just kind of what was working for you, because you seem to really have some good control tonight.
You know, my slider was working well tonight. I was kind of going a little bit too much down the middle of my fastball, but mainly slider curveball is the main combo for me. Off-speed type of night. So.
Yeah, and then obviously, as the sun set, got a little chip here, and then once the runs started piling on, you kind of had to just sit there, embrace the cold.
Yes,
was that kind of annoying?
I mean, it's a give and take because the team's doing awesome, but you're just sitting there. But, I mean, I would definitely rather my team pile on those runs than me.
I mean, it helps having that padding there for sure, I bet.
Yes,
I mean, you went into the ball game. You went, geez Louise, let me look at my final numbers just to make sure I have this right. You went 6 1/3 or 5 1/3 with 82 pitches. What was working for you efficiency-wise? Because it really didn't seem like you had an at-bat go more than 6 pitches throughout the game.
Yeah, well, it also helps when you have a defense that can make plays for you. I can just throw the ball, and there's going to be someone there at all times. But efficiency-wise, it was mainly just getting ahead in counts. Whenever I started giving up runs, that was because I was getting behind in counts. So getting ahead of counts and throwing my off-speed where I wanted to go, that was what made my night pretty efficient. So.
Ty?
And you had spoke about your defense. You had an inning where Jackson Taylor had covered the entire field on center, and he literally closed it out. Can you just speak about your teammates and like what it's like playing with a group of guys who enjoy playing with one another, and you guys have each other's back?
Yeah, this is like, I would never want to trade like another group of guys other than this. They're a fun group. We're tight-knit, and I mean, they're really good, as you can tell. Yeah. They're everywhere, and so especially Jackson Taylor, he's fast. But I mean, everybody out there can make a play. Jake had a bare hand. Our shortstop Tyler Turner made a really hard double play ball. So, I mean, and then our catcher too, he blocked some of my curveballs up. So, yeah. So, everyone really had a good night out on the field and hitting wise too. I mean, we put up 8 runs. So.
Now, obviously, before you even get on the mound for the first time, you guys punched 3 runs in that top of the first. Yes, did that kind of help you ease into the game a little bit more?
Yes, sir. It always helps whenever your team can go out ahead before you get on the mound, especially in away games, because you never know what type of game you're going to have. But, I mean, tonight, that 3-run inning really set the tone for the rest of the game. So I was really happy about that 3-run inning. So.
Well, Owen, appreciate your time as always. Thanks for jumping on the postgame with us. And congrats on the win.
You too.
Take another quick break, and when we come back, we will have more post-game coverage for you right here on Game Day Houston. Back here on Game Day Houston as we take a look at the final box score here in this one tonight for the Conroe Tigers. 8 runs on 6 hits in the ball game. Yes, 6 hits in the ball game. 1 error defensively. 5 left on base. But here's the thing that shocks me more than anything. They get the 6 hits. They get the 8 runs. Only 1 extra base hit the entire ball game, and it was a double. It was a lot of walks and singles that kept pushing runs through for the Conroe Tigers at the plate.
And I think that speaks more so towards what New Caney can work on, to be honest with you. Their coach, Coach Joe, he spoke on it early in the game. He was just like, you know what? We have to do a good job of not giving them opportunities to score. And that's exactly what they did, unfortunately, for their side today. They kind of fed into Conroe's nonstop, like kind of barrage of just having people on base at all times, it always felt like. So you'll see that now you have a chance to work on this again and be like, hey, listen, we don't need to get guys or give them guys in position, all right? These guys are already good enough to where they're likely to have guys on base on their own accord. We don't need to add fire to that. So I think that, man, if they just limit the number of walks, the number of hits or hit at bats, like, you have a chance to put yourself in like a position where it's not an 8-3 game. Right. You're probably looking at a 5-3 or maybe even a 6-3 if that's the case.
And then on the other side for New Caney, 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors, 6 left on base. They had 3 extra base hits, all doubles. Nobody getting past second base in the ball game in regards to their original hit. But it's not a terrible night offensively, but it's the 6 runners left on base. Granted, Conroe had 5, but it's the 2 defensive errors that also accounted for a couple runs as well.
And that's what I can attribute to Conroe. As we just interviewed with Owen, like, their fielding of the ball, they did a great job of keeping everything in front of them. There were no really abstract kind of plays, and I think that Conroe made it so it was like, hey, listen, we're going to beat you guys in a fashion that's aggressive. They came out as the aggressor. They brought the fire to this fight, and you can see that New Caney kind of got punched in the mouth. They stumbled on early, and they tried to recover here and there, but overall, it was just a lack of firepower. Like you said, they had people in position to score. They just couldn't capitalize on that. And I think that brings forth an issue of, like, hey, how can we end up finding a way to put these guys in a position where it's like, okay, we're not just leaving you stranded on base, but we have to bring these guys home.
And then any final thoughts before we get ready to sign this one off?
I do believe that New Caney has some good points that they can build off of when they watch film. When you look at this game, there are certain things you can be like, hey, we did this extra well, we did this not so well. However, there's going to be a lot to learn from in this matchup. On the flip side, you have Conroe. Still some kinks you can iron out, but for the most part, they controlled the pace of the game. There were no real major issues on their side of the ball. The error that came in the game for them was towards the end, but you could still clean that up. But nonetheless, it was still a very good game and something that both sides can still grow from, But I think that this District 13 6A, we are looking forward to some very good ball in the next month and a half or so as we reach towards the postseason.
Absolutely. Well, Ty, appreciate you jumping on as always. You'll see Ty Turner on more episodes of Game Day Houston each and every single week for our Game of the Week. Be sure to stay tuned to our social media and our website to find out which games we will be on location for our desk show each and every single week. For Ty Turner and for the entire rest of our Houston Sports Live crew, my name is Jordan Smith saying good evening, good night. Once again, final score 8-3. Conroe takes care of New Caney and sweeps the season series against the Eagles here in 13-6A. So long, folks, and we'll see you tomorrow for more District 13-6A action on Houston Sports Live.